What's up, guys? No, my coffee machine's not working. If I fucking figure it out. Actually, hold on. I'm not here. Ignore. All right, I'm actually back now. How you feeling? Well, a little bit better. My voice is getting a little better. Yes, I have feedback on the meatball. From who? You? Oh, you have feedback. I've been trading the signals for the last 3 days. Are you broke? Do you need a loan? No? Ooh. Profit all 3 days. Nice. Your sick voice cures my erectile dysfunction. Thanks, 3 ports down. It's only 11:30. Why are you here so early? I don't know. That took forever. Yeah, well, my coffee machine's fucking broken. I gotta get it serviced. So I just spent like half an hour dicking around with it. I found one BTC yesterday. I sold it off to some bag holder. Look at you, fully funded. Serviced. Trash. I needed my machine serviced. Mid. Fair enough. I thought 6,000 was a fortress. No? Did you guys read the things I write? 6,000 was support, and then it wasn't. Read? Oh, god damn it. I'm about to sub to Cornichon just to get rid of slow mode. Just to hit you once every 30 seconds. Fair enough. Yeah, it does make repartee a bit more difficult. The other thing you wrote and closed to put for 300%. Thanks, Dad. Awesome. Well, at least someone was listening. I don't think I bought puts when you said synth long went synth short. I don't. Now teach me how to see that on my own. Hmm. Why would I do that? You're crazy. I check SS every day for the daily DD, but there's been nothing for 3 years. I want to buy MSTR 1115 puts, but even when the underlying tops out, puts are actually pricier. Yet if underlying drops, puts more expensive too. Yeah, because no one's selling the puts, so the price of the puts is going up. You didn't get trash, Dan. Brett, Covert Kitten, Rupert Trooper, Thulsarden, Silver Reserve is back. He's just hiding in the background, man. What the fuck? Let's try again. We'll see if it works. I already gave away all the subs for the month. Then I have to start paying for them, which turns into like real quickly turns into just money laundering. Reverse hustling. IWM is bleeding out. Oh, you're a money Ouroboros. Still credit spreads at the top with your morning update. You're the best. Awesome. Is the IWM led decline? I've actually been up since 6 a.m. But I was like, my voice hurts and nothing's happening. Like, as soon as we bounced this morning, I was like, I don't care about this. Is this the IWM led decline we were speculating about last night? It could be the start of a small pullback in IWM. I don't know if it's going to be rapid or not. It really depends on yields, right? Like the 10-year is just running away from the 2-year right now, which is, really not good for banks. Let's see with this money laundering strategy. I don't think it actually works. You take your own money and buy products from your LLC. Yeah, it does. The curve is finally uninverting. Is it? We almost inverted again yesterday. We came within like 2% of inversion. Reinverting. Those banks have definitely brought appropriate swap insurance. I mean, yeah, they have. But still, huh? I'm surprised that this is where the bond market was like, yup. I mean, rates up, regardless of Fed policy. Why do we have, what are we, just jerking each other off? We're just gonna keep saying it to each other over and over again? Because it feels so good to be right? You get used to it, Dork. Isn't that what the Sunday stream is? Yeah, yeah. UAP congressional hearing tomorrow. Oh, who cares? RIGL owned by one of the head UAP guys, Gary Nolan. His company is going to new highs since 2022. History of insider selling. I wonder why. What are some stores or companies with heavy exposure to Chinese goods like Dollar Tree? Good question. You know what? I have a list. Hold on. God, I post way too much shit in the Discord. It's impossible to search my history. What is wrong with me? Hold on, I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that fucking list. Nope, that's a spreadsheet about a guy asking his wife to have sex. Ah, here it is. Danish Krone, Williams Sonoma, Lululemon, Floor and Decor Holdings, RH, BJ's Wholesale Club, and Best Buy. And then Five Below, Shark Ninja, Lowe's, Dollar Tree, Target, Nike, Gap. Also Yeti Holdings and Figs Inc. JP, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you... Nope, that's the wrong thing. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Time to start an ETF. What list did you read off? Companies with high exposure to international tariffs. Oh, yeah. You want me to make a big deal about this trash? All right. Welcome to Cornishon. Time to disappear for another year. Is this selling the 6000p for Friday? The premium gets slapped down so hard. Doesn't look like they are. Maybe a little. I don't think so. I think that 6,000p is mostly bought for end of week. Hold on, let me check some more expirations. Oh, you piece of shit. What are you doing? What are you doing that? Stop that. There it is. No, 6,000p is net bought. Ooh, getting rough to the downside a bit. Tested 80. Interesting. And then support? What a terrible place to find support. That's not even a good one. Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's not the best. Just NQ having a 21 bip candle to the upside. Resilient. What are you asking me? It gave me free $5 to buy a fractional share of stock. I'm now a proud owner of Cat. Look at you. Gurk taught me one thing. It's take profits quickly on puts in positive gamma environments. We are in the V zone. I know some of you are really unfamiliar with that, but I can assure you that's where we are. And it's best to do the majority of your work while things are still wet. Shut up, AJ. NQ looks like a head and shoulders in the 1 hour over the last 3 days. Is it about to go back to 2,900? That'd be cool. Hold on. All right. I've never seen a V in my life. What's this weird lump above it? It's just part of your imagination. That's not real. ATZAF having a good day. It's actually down. But the OTC market had a bounce after like a weird sell off into close. If you want to track the price of the stock, it's better to do it on the TSX and not the OTC price. American Express seems overly hyped out. Have you seen Visa's price? The V failed. But we left a bunch of gaps, so we'll probably fill those back. Damn, NQ just sold right back off again. Why am I missing all the fun stuff? Happy later birthday, Greg. That's exciting. Hmm. Okay. 5970 is still where the larger support is. So yeah, test is still possible there. I did think bouncing at 80 was a bit odd. I think Ivy on SPX is so low for the rest of the week. With CPI, PPI, is it? Eh. SPXW is kind of low. Actually, they're both pretty low. It's pretty advantageous. Maybe because all the options everywhere near spot are sold. Jesus H. Christ. Uh, 10-year back above 4.4. Dixie at all-time high levels. It's not at all-time highs. It's just local highs. Let's just chop close to all-time high to burn everybody. Yeah, it's reasonable. All right. Yeah, I've heard of it. Test 5970, close at 6,000. This range doesn't look particularly bouncy right now, but it could get better. If we got back above like 5990, we could move back to like 6K. So happy to close my ABBV puts. Okay, I don't even know why you still had those, but cool. I made ground lamb, goat cheese, spinach ravioli. Too much shit. With brown butter, lemon, sage sauce. Best thing I've ever made. The sauce sounds good. The ravioli sounds like it's got too much stuff inside it. Maybe it's alright. I don't know. If we hit 70, I sell my 6,000p. Why didn't you just sell it this morning? If we hit 85. Yesterday. Did you sell any yesterday? Because it's better now. 80s break even? Oh, okay. What's your... Did you not buy any above 6,000? Never mind. I should have done SPY so I could DCA, but it's okay. Is it okay to start buying Vega puts on SPX? I'm not, but I mean, no one's no one's stopping you, I guess. How small can a bull flag be? Is this a tiny one? No. Kashkari speaking at 2 p.m. Nice. I'm gonna short Figs Inc. because it's an uncomfortable truth that many Eastern desserts are disappointing. Excellent. We'll see who's laughing at 6,000. All right. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Hmm. Gurk, 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 my put. Okay. All right. All right. Is it short Tesla time yet? Hmm. Yeah, it could be. Oh, nice. How much could Tesla make in government monies? More than they currently make? I have no idea. It really depends on how much power Elon has to self-fund. Netanyahu just sent a video message to the Iranian people that basically said they should overthrow their government. Probably won't go over well. I mean, they've been they've been trying. It's just been moderately unsuccessful. Am I looking at Beyond? Yeah, everyone keeps telling me to do that. How about it's just kind of shitty? It's not at an all-time low. The all-time low is like $3, I think. But it is quite low. It doesn't look like it's getting a lot better. Sick, thanks. All right. Long and CL below 70 again. Yields are blasting off. Not below 70, but if it breaks above 70, I will. This fucking bleed out to 70 is taking so long. Should Dixie up is bad for tech? No, it's bad for small caps. That's why IWM's down like 2% today. As a bear, slow bleed is usually better than rapid decline. It's usually a sign of a stronger trend. Yeah, it's still annoying to wait it out. Ow. I wonder what's got yields going crazy today. Dixie's at 106. Also, have you looked at the yuan? German inflation was pinned. The dollar gained a ton of ground on the sterling because Great British unemployment went up. Like quite a bit. I think it went from like 4 to 4.3. And then the ZEW missed by like 50%. So the euro and the sterling falling hard against the dollar is not helping things out. Are you half black? No. No, no, I'm not. I don't think. You look half black. Okay. Thanks. It's not really a thinking kind of thing. Could be. Wasn't a compliment. Racist. How often do you get mistaken for Kevin Smith? Really frequently, actually. Do you think we lose 80? We did, briefly. I think things are going to get more supportive down here because we're going to start to get more and more sold puts. But iodine deficient diets are on the rise in the US. I think that's like the anti-vax crowd's new thing as part of their homeopathic remedies and never-ending quest to prevent the hardening of their something. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, so goiters are making a comeback. Insane degrees of self-sabotage. I think it's hysterical. Calls on levothyroxine? Is that what they use for treating goiters? Himalayan sea salt is to blame. Tastes the same as the other salt. Don't eat meat or fish and drink alt milks because they don't have the iodine regular dairy does. Oh, interesting. Iodine deficiency impacts the thyroid, but they don't want their thyroid getting hard. Synthroid sounds like what you'd take if you want to get a sick pump at the gym. It's been a while since I lost all my money. Nice, Rex. Welcome back. Speaking of dairy, did you hear about Costco recalling 80,000 pounds of butter because they didn't tell people it had milk? No. Did you sell all your 6,000 Ps? No, just the ones that I bought below 6,000, but I closed those yesterday. I still have the rest for this Friday. I do have a stop on them now, though. The funny thing about my thyroid is it's in my pants, and it's always hard. This is why you keep having to find new jobs, Cobra. My logic for taking the Tesla short was losing the 50 level, failing to regain it, and really what looks like a short-term loss of support at 340. Does that rationale sound good, or am I missing anything? That seems fine. Thyrod. Ha! Well done, Yukon Cornelius. Ah. I sold NDX spreads at the top today. Nice. My firm was bought out. I didn't lose my job. Wait, I thought you had to start a new job. You said you started a new job. There's one thing I want for Christmas. It's Netflix going sub 500. That's pretty far away. Do you have a weak immune system? Yeah, I take shitloads of allergy medication that I intentionally suppress my immune system. Welcome to Dillionaire GC. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it.
All I want for Christmas is SCX 6600. It's down 10%. Does that predict Carvana movement? Actually, Carvana is starting to look a little bearish. Like it's finally getting a glut of short vol on it. Is this the beginning of the V? Forming support here could start to help that, maybe. When I said I started with a new forum, I was doing a bunch of onboarding and training, but I think you ignored all my comments after started with the new firm. Yeah, yeah, of course I did. Later, Thunder. Congrats on your 6,000p printing. Look at those yields going up after the rate cut. Who could have seen that coming? I have no idea. That's on starting your own law firm. I'll bring you a bottle of Malort. Gross. Red candle, please, and thank you. We got a little bit of resistance here at 80. Support's still mostly at 70, but there's sold puts at 75, 80 that are kind of slowing our decline at least. Workers just pushed up again. It's at $1.52 now. Not bad for a completely fraudulent company. Can I get the rule of GS's worst intern of the year that's currently reserved? Yeah, Upstart's down $10. Mid and small caps are getting hit hard today. Surprisingly, tech is down despite the dollar being way the fuck up. But I think maybe it's just going up too fast at this point. Above 4.5 on the 10-year, we should start to see financial conditions start to tighten fairly dramatically. And that should be negative for everything across the board. But it's the 10-year is still a bit below that. Hmm. Let's send a video for the next 2 to 3 weeks. They have earnings coming up, so price will probably just stay fairly stagnated. I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement. Earnings are on the 20th, so So yield's going up bullish, only to a certain point. If you had a 59.95 6,000 call credit spread from earlier, would you close here or iron condor it? Do you have a bear call? The condor is a little bit risky, but there is a lot of support here, so maybe it's not that bad. I want to I want to sell puts at some point, but not until we test like 73 or 70. I really don't want to sell puts at the 75 strike because we could bounce and then fail it. We're leaving a lot of upside gaps. Ooh, that's a little bit better test. Fail 70. Interesting. Okay. Looks like Cum Carson is wrong. CAC? Yeah. What's up, Mike? Would it be a good idea to buy a call at 70? Assuming this turns into support. I don't know. There's a really good chance of continuation off the lower low on NQ. If NQ keeps selling off, it won't matter that there's support on SPX. What did Carson predict? It was like long IWM at like 240, and then what was the other thing? I forget what the other one was. He said IWM was just gonna keep going up infinitely, basically. 59.50 possible. 65. Predicting past price action. He's gunning for a spot on MSNBC. Yeah, accurate, actually. What does NQ have to fail here? 2100, which is really important. $2,100 breaks. Is it crazy for me to say? Um, no. I'd be on upstart too high to make a play. No, you could shorted vol earlier today. I don't really think it's worth it now. I keep getting hymns ads on the stream. What's the pickle promo code for that again? I don't actually have one. Oh, there's the 70 test. All right, can we fail a little more than 70? Maybe. Some of the 70 short puts have retreated a bit. 65's a little bit larger resistance or support now. So all the way down, test 65, and then maybe I'll sell some verticals and see what happens. Let's... Ooh, nice. I don't know if this is going to V hard at all, but this is support. There's support here. We might get more downside positioning. It's a distinct possibility, but only if this support fails. Guessing CPI hit AF. Wait, what? CPI is tomorrow. Expectations are that it will be higher though. Wonder why big moves like that happen right at the hour. Confirmation bias. Could this break 50? I could test 50. Gotta squeeze out all those short puts here, but it's not impossible. I think it's kind of unlikely. Yeah, IWM is a bloodbath today. Let's see if NQ finds some support at 2100. If you guys could drop a like. BTCT up over 400% today, and earlier was up 525%. What's up with that? I have no idea. They have earnings today? No. I don't know. Like status dropped. Perfect. Iron Condor, minimum profit is 45. Nice. Yeah, that would have been the ideal test probably for selling those. Jesus Christ. Hold on.
BS Forge Ben put their pickle in my jar, doubled my daily goal on this drop. Cheers pickle man. 20.
Fucking coffee machine repair guys are a pain in my ass. BS Forge Ben, double my daily goal on this drop. Cheers. Fuck yeah, man. Well done. Thank you so much. XRP is up a bunch because the CEO of Ripple is going to be talking with Trump directly about centralizing XRP. Smart. No, probably not straight to 85, but we could get back into like some of the sold puts around 75, 80, provided we continue to find support here, which we may not. It doesn't look like it's weakening very much, I will say that. They're still selling puts here. EOS does not look happy. Yeah, it's not. But it is near support, so there's like a minor support at 50 59.90 from back on like the last Friday. So may come up and retest 6,000 again before failing. Also, don't forget CPI in the morning. So there's a bunch of neutral positioning higher to the upside that got abandoned earlier. When mean reverts. Oh man, coffee machine repair guys. Can you elaborate? Like you got insurance on your machine, and the brand sends someone out when it's not working. Yeah, it's like a service contract, but yeah, basically. I would very much like it if Dow would stop having the double BIP days that ES and NQ do. Hmm. Yeah, Dow's not immune to those at all. I just cut a December AM 6200, 6300 for 30% gains. Nice. Do you think we have our support in? We're building it. It's not significantly stronger than it was when we tested it, but it's still supportive. Nvidia's effect on the Dow is really minimal because not market cap weighted. Who buys INTC to avoid tariffs? Currently trading at about book. Still kind of garbage though. Can we see the live Gex? Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a second. To refresh it. Ah, there we go. Hold on. Trying to fix this. What the fuck? Ah, there we go. All right, and then there you go. Calls and puts mostly at 6,000. Most of the volume for today is at 6,000. There's not very much gamma there, though, if you look. Part of that's an effective moneyness, but part of it's not. Say it with me, straight to 85. That'd be cool. I think things are probably going to close around 85, 90, but that might not be entirely true. Doesn't it get bullish until 90? Now it says there's support at 70. And things get more bullish as price moves above 70. And then things kind of flatten out around 85, 90. Things definitely don't get more bullish to the upside there, though. It's not really the flip point, it's just the flat gamma point. Yeah. No, there's not really any bullishness to the upside. I mean, gamma's more positive above 5,900, but it's not exactly bullish. No, it's just SPX. Purple's calls, cyan is puts. It's volume on the left. There's no intraday OI. It's not a real thing. Mm. You think those puts are sold? I have other data, but yeah. What's the stuff on the right? Gamma. Knave. Knave gamma. At each strike. CPI up? Upstart up? No. Well, CPI is not good for Upstart. Why are you still long Upstart? It already fucking went to like $80. What are you doing, Reg Hippopotamus? How is it every play you ask me about looks like it's a little too late? I'm not touching it, just watching. Alright. It's risky. I wouldn't fuck with it. Rates from this point forward start to become restrictive. Of one NVIDIA put. Alright. Prior to earnings? Yeah, I guess. And 98.7 million MMATQ shares. See, that I believe. Oh, yeah, so that's right, because the calls looks very cheap on the weeklies. No, they're being sold pretty heavily. I don't think you're wrong at all. They are cheap. It's not necessarily a good thing, but they are cheap. This was excellent. That seems the downward trend is broken. Yeah. Gotta fix that reload. We're gonna get Black Friday deals on stocks. Consumers are broke. That's the dream. I thought the dream was Vega puts going in the money. That's also a dream. How can she slap? Amazing. Hmm. Todd came back from his bathroom break. Yeah, sure. Straight to 6,000. Well, there's... we're getting some out of the money calls. Yeah, sure, why not? Gamma's starting to pick up above 85. I would look for a breakout at like 87 though first. We should put a very light, hard to see watermark of your face, or maybe Dork's. Hidden somewhere in the Gamma Strike logo for the lulz. Interesting. Hmm. Is the V over? Sure. This is resistance, so it's not a lot of gamma to be gained on an upside move. Fubo's looking suspiciously strong. You mean it went over $1.50? Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't think up 6 cents is suspiciously strong. What book will make me good at stocks? Probably none of them. They just give you information that can help. It's cool seeing it on a live GS chart. Yeah, so I mean that's this kind of bounce especially is one of the reasons mechanically I think I can explain this and maybe it'll help people better understand why these occur. But basically, when you're positive gamma environment, right? You're gonna have a lot of sold puts to the downside. And as you fall into those sold puts deeper and deeper, and the delta sheds, right? And remember, the MM is long these puts, so they're more than willing to drop some delta as the price falls. Once support is found, the move up is generally very rapid because all of those sold puts that don't squeeze out or close off are in the money. And then they go rapidly out of the money. And as they go out of the money, the MM needs to go long the delta as they're like squeezed back out of the money, essentially. And we see a similar effect a lot of the times when we move up hard into lots of sold calls. If they don't squeeze out, we usually mean revert really quickly. Although pushing up into sold calls is a little more likely to continue in a positive gamma environment. So you're actually seeing that? I mean, yeah. Yeah, we see that. We see that happen. We're sold call heavy at 6,000. Yeah, 6,000 and above is mostly sold calls. But like even though you guys don't directly have a way to assume bought and sold, right? Um you can make assumptions more broadly based on the neutrals. If you were in a positive gamma environment, calls are going to be bought and puts sold, which is the naive assumption. In a negative gamma environment, calls are sold, puts are bought. Now this has gotten turned around a little bit with, just everything being sold. Which is kind of the situation we're in today. And zero DTEs promulgated a lot of that, but the effect is fairly similar. I have a strategy: only buy puts at the top of Gherk's range and calls at the bottom. Everything else don't touch. Yeah. What do you think? Towing these 0 DTE 6000 Cs? I mean, I think we're starting to see a little bit of expansion and the positioning to the upside. So we could keep moving up here. Breaking above 85, very important for continued bullishness. And then like 85, 87. I think if we clear that, then yeah, very likely we move back to 6,000 or higher. Very insightful strat. He's not wrong. I mean, when you're playing options, you want to be playing the extremes, right? Because you want to be buying options at their cheapest, and selling them at mean reversion or better, right? Because it's not like a stock or futures where you can trade price fluctuations effectively. You need moves, you need trends, and you want the bigger the trend, the better. And trends generally develop at the highs and lows of the mechanical range. Do you still do clips? Yeah, sometimes, yeah. If so, that's a great clip. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could clip it. You guys can clip shit too and put it in the clips channel if I forget, which is always very likely. You should be able to, like, if you go to share on YouTube, you should be able to timestamp any period, and then it'll create a link for that timestamp. Like if you click the share button. A lot of people get clipped in New York City due to the mafia. That's ridiculous. What happened to your publicist? I think he might have sold his GME. Someone clip Gert clipping it. Hmm. Imagine selling GME. Imagine holding it. Fair. Oh, we have fun, don't we? It'd be a shame if my 6,000 Cs went in the money. I want SPX to fail to regain 6,000 purely so you get burned, AJ. Imagine owning GoEV. I don't even know how that's possible. Joke's on you, they're sold. If you get into GoEV soon enough, you'll be able to take part in the eventual lawsuit. Oh man. What a piece of shit stock. I wish people would just stop buying them because they've said that they're no longer going to be a going concern. That's not a bullish... Like, that's not the bullish thing you think it is. Getting assigned on sold puts is definitely possible. It's true. It's true, but you just close them when they're fucking green. Hmm. So now that we're past 87, does this give us some range up? Yeah. Yeah. Probably going to test 6,000 now. Could potentially push out as far as 610. Although the synthetic short at 6K is probably... some of it's bled off, but it's probably going to be at least a little bit resistive. CPI, so it's a little early for CPI to push up really hard. And if it does, that's going to be very bad. Like if we get 0.3 or 0.4 on this CPI report, yields need to go substantially higher. Yeah, the 6K is still synth short. So we're kind of at the peak for gamma here. We could test it, but I think it's maybe a little unlikely that we break it. We're going to need more bullish positioning, and there is currently not a lot of it. It's interesting that those puts stayed long. We just cut rates. That should fix it. Well, you know what? When inflation comes in hotter, we're about to cut rates even harder. Did I explain that guy to you guys? I think I did. I feel like I clipped it and explained it. Maybe. Why? Because real rates... Real rates are at like 2.18%. So if CPI is plus 0.2 or greater, so greater than positive 0.2, real rates will fall. 198, 188, 178, depending, right? 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and so on. And this effectively exacerbates the Fed cut, right? So the Fed cut, brought us down 25 points. So real rates were at 2.18. And then as inflation increases, the Fed effectively cuts more and currency spreads tighten. Which is probably the most important effect of this. There's no more padding. So this 0.8%, that's the whole protective layer that the Fed has against rising inflation. So basically, by cutting at this last meeting, they were saying, we do not expect inflation to exceed, 0.2 for, through like 2026. So, but as inflation increases now above 0.2, it's like the Fed effectively cutting 10 BPS, 10 bips cut for each 10-point increase in inflation. Yeah, tariffs are definitely going to help. It's going to make everything so much better. When the consumer not only has to pay more for the merchandise because importers hoard inventory until it prices up, but then they also get to pay a consumption tax on top of those inflated prices. When you say exacerbate, my toes start to sweat. Say it again, please. Exacerbate. Should put on your thicker socks, Kendra. The ones with the grippy bottoms. Wet. I'm not falling asleep at the wheel. See, this is all you guys need to do is just make $600 a day, every day. And then at some point, like a year later, 1200. Harris was a better president for economics. Oh god, no. I mean, she would have just perpetuated what yield curve control. Actually, the one benefit of Trump becoming president is that the system will probably break faster. And it needs to break. And it's perfect because then it makes Trump ineffective. He'll spend the next 4 years trying to manage budgetary concerns and bail banks out. Imagine this. Either president system breaks. Yeah, but with Trump it breaks sooner. Cut that number in half and a mint. Alright. That was the point of the idiot trade? No, the point of the idiot trade was to prove to you guys that you could make money by playing, like, neutral positioning. Without having to pick direction. Because, I mean, the idiot trade all started because some guy was like, oh man, I can never pick the right direction in the market. I was like, that's silly. It wasn't AJ, it was someone else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid attention to it. Yeah, it's all about RBI. There you go. Use baseball analogies if that helps you. Who wants it to break it to Kendra? What do we break into Kendra? Kendra's excited to be back. He's been locked in that sex dungeon for like 2 months. Which, I mean, speaks to his stamina, but... You can close your bull puts for like 10 cents now. I'm not going to use the trade. Wonder if we're gonna get the test. The V on NQ is still a little weak. How about puts it open? Sold them 20 minutes ago. Since I sold puts for profit, am I short vol today? No. The moment you sold them, sure. Not really. His base position is long vol, maybe? It's too convoluted. About time to start doing idiot trades again. Feels like it. This one was pretty good. Yeah, momentum died. Well, that's because we moved into the range where gamma was flat. There's no more, no more, gamma does not increase more to the upside. Hmm. Somewhere down the road, it might get lonely. All right, we'll do Kendra. My business is gonna make AI chips. Yeah, I feel a yeet coming. We could like gap. Well, not maybe not gap, but like wick up to 6,000. Is Kendro back? He's right there. The area in which gamma no longer increases, what you refer to as gamma max? No. This is different. It's not gamma max. Gamma neutral is when gamma goes from positive to negative on the market maker's hedge, but not on Nave gamma. They're not the same. I guess you would describe the point on Nave gamma as like a gamma flip point. That has to do with like notional exposure, not the actual like MM's gamma exposure. I make naive stock picks. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting to think your pubes might not be gray at all. Is this 20? Oh, wow. That is, I am not sharing that. That's terrible. What could be some things to watch out for in the current upstart landscape? I'm just trying to understand the environment a better. Any shift in options interest over the past week? I mean, yeah, there was a bunch of like short-term bullish contracts that came in. I don't think it's really the options environment you need to watch on Upstart, right? It's already fallen well below all of the like out of the money bullish positioning on today's drop. The loss at 75 just that was really the only significant support here to the upside. Um, I would say very likely it can continue to fall back to like 52. What you need to watch out for, though, on Upstart really specifically is the tightening and loosening of credit conditions and assumptions of liquidity in the credit environment. Upstart's valuation is heavily dependent on a liquid credit environment since they are a loan facilitator and underwriter. They have to sell those loans, otherwise they hold them on their balance sheet as not an asset. And so if credit conditions are tightening, that becomes very bearish very fast for Upstart. Pubes are in fact not gray yet. I know, right? Brutal. Yeah, I can't believe you fucking lied to me like that for 3 years, man. Did you show the current gamma curve for Reddit from yesterday? I don't think it's changed that much. Yeah, some of the in the money curve is starting to normalize a bit. Hold on. Nope, it's the wrong one. Yeah, so you can kind of see that like the in the money shit over here is starting to move down. And in the money positioning is falling off. And eventually this will normalize with the new open options on the high end and the older part of the chain on the low end. As that happens, price is probably going to fall, right? Because the supportive part of the chain is getting more bearish, and delta is going to be shed. And that's why I usually like when stocks like this rip, they fall back. They don't mean revert, but they fall back and create a new floor. Something we saw with GME. Wouldn't bear calls turn to bull put into iron condor? I think the only way I would sell a condor here would be if we tested like 610. Maybe 615. Very unlikely to sell calls here. The risk is really high. Chewy? I haven't even looked at it. Maybe. Uh, uh, Probably not much. I mean, Gamma on it's kind of flat out to like 39, but if it ran up into that range, it would probably fall back really quickly. I love when we've had a lot of range today, but options have stayed pretty cheap. That's because all of the contracts are really heavily sold. But yeah, it's nice. Remember, 6K is resistance. We're kind of doing that little snap up I talked about and testing it. But it could fail that test. If we fail 6K, do I want to sell the call? Probably not. Hmm. Nipple hair is annoying if you already floss that day. All right. How long of a, you know what? Never mind. If I was to buy a put with some cash, is it the same price as a share? Oh my god. I'm not ready for that right now. Am I out of oh okay, there we go. When will Atomic get assigned on his Fubo CCs? Also, is he actually Moonwind? He's not. I hope. You know what? There is like a small non-zero chance. Yeah, that Atomic's just been two people this entire time. You're stuck with me regardless. It's true. I credit him with far more intelligence, but I do that with a lot of people. I'm frequently wrong. What did the sleuth say? Oh, it's a good question. I didn't even look. Ah, here we go. Senior loan officer, opinion survey on bank lending practices, address changes in standards and terms, blah, 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 blah. Questions on commercial and industrial lending. Over the third quarter, banks reported that standards on C&I loans to large and middle market firms were basically unchanged, while moderate net shares of banks reported tighter standards on C&I loans to small firms. Banks also reported that query terms were basically unchanged on C&I loans to large and middle market firms, with the exception that modest net shares of banks reported increased premiums charged on riskier loans and greater use of interest rate floors. So basically, they're tightening lending for smaller firms and increasing yields or well rates for larger firms. Foreign banks reported leaving C&I lending standards and all terms for C&I loans basically unchanged. Of the banks reporting tightening standards or terms on C&I loans, major net shares cited as less favorable or more uncertain economic outlook, worsening of industry-specific problems, and a reduced tolerance for risk as important reasons for doing so. Most frequently cited reasons for weakening demand reported major net shares of banks were that customers invested in part or equipment decreased, customer inventory financing needs decreased, customer accounts receivable financing needs decreased, and customer merger or acquisition financing needs decreased. No, that's not bullish. Lending to households. Oh, small note on commercial real estate lending as well. Over the third quarter, moderate net shares of banks reported having tightened standards for all types of CRE loans. Large banks reported lending standards were basically unchanged for construction and land developments, CLD, and non-farm, non-residential, NFNR loans, while modest net share of large banks reported easier lending standards for multifamily loans. In contrast, significant net shares of other banks reported tightening for all CRE loan categories. Lastly, foreign banks reported that standards for CRE loans remained basically unchanged over the third quarter. A moderate selection of banks reported weaker demand for CLDs. Significant net share of foreign banks reported stronger demand for CRE loans. That's actually kind of interesting. The sluice. Questions on credit market, residential real estate lending. Over the third quarter, banks reported that on-balance lending standards were basically unchanged, so still shitty. Um, Meanwhile, banks reported weaker demand on balance for most categories of residential real estate. Weaker demand for qualified mortgages, jumbo and non-QM jumbo mortgages. Banks reported basically unchanged demand for GSE eligible, QM non-jumbo, and non-GSE eligible non-QM jumbo mortgages and HELOCs. Over the third quarter, moderate net shares of banks reported having tightened lending standards for credit card loans, while standards are basically unchanged for auto and other consumer loans. Moderate net shares of banks reported lowering credit limits and increasing minimum credit score requirements for credit card loans, while other query terms for credit cards were left basically unchanged. In contrast, for auto and other consumer loans, nearly all queried items were left unchanged, with the exception of loan rate spreads on auto loans, for which a modest net share of banks reported increasing. So higher interest on auto loans, and tightening credit card standards. Ooh, the tightening credit card standards are gonna fuck over Cobra. Cobra, how are you gonna pay for next month's Pigeon Whale if you don't get approved for another Amex? Have you thought about this? Good thing about former Pigeon Whale. Looks like you're a current one too. Yeah, so it looks like across the board tightening conditions for the most part. Suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Yeah, yields up more. Well, interest rates up more. Slew sounded bearish. Is this why we're going to 610, 6010 now? Oh, well, but banks are charging more money for lending, which has less demand. That's bullish, right? I think someone said so. Maybe. Sounds bullish. There's only 163 billion left in the RRP facility. It's a little bit better than it was. If you can make a sandwich that reminds you of me, what would it include? This is a great question. Hmm. Horseradish. $1 billion and a billion? Wait, what? What happens when there's no money left to borrow from that facility? I mean, uh, money market funds. Well, banks have to start hitting reserves. Um, and there's a non-zero chance that money market funds would be left exposed to any illiquidity in short paper, which could cause the dollar to break if demand were to shift rapidly during those tight conditions. I have disgusting hamburgers at my house. You should tell Kendra. Oh, there you go. Not gonna lie, BM kind of nice today. You've been taking that fiber supplement I told you about? It does make for good poops. Is there any juice left in the caboose? Well, I said we'd bump up and test 6K. We did that. That's this is resistance. So we'll need to probably hold here for some period of time, and there's not that much time left in the day. Fancy name for a bank bailout. Interesting. TARP has a nice ring to it. If they break 6,000, what confirms continuation? It's there's really not continuation from that point. I mean, if they break 6,000, we could test 15, but every level above that has the chance to reject. We're likely to stay under it till they roll. Probably. Yeah, I would say there's a pretty good chance that that's how this plays out. We're gonna get an SLD this time? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. I mean, the impact of SLD is significantly diminished. I mean, you always get an SLD, right? But the impact of it is diminished if you're trading, you know, a mile above gamma neutral. They tend to be far more impactful when they break gamma neutral or we're near gamma neutral. There's not a lot of supportive gamma below spot because then the sell-offs are more extreme. Very much. Hold on. Hmm. Is Boeing ever going to recover? They started to like yesterday, and then they failed the upside of the breakout. Probably not. I mean, the company is pretty deeply fucked on several levels. They've had to issue a fairly significant amount of debt recently. There hasn't been a lot of insider confidence.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. Pepino, I got techniques dripping out my 8 at CH33KS. Sleep on my stomach so I don't fuck up my sheets. 3.
Sounds like that might not be the only thing dripping out of your butt cheeks, but well, yeah, we don't need to go into that, I suppose. The sentiment on GME is good. Who cares? Kendra is truly depraved. Yeah, yeah, he is. Do you like Brussels sprouts? Yeah, they're good. Why didn't you sell them yesterday when it was at $28? Oh wait, did Cohen dilute again? No, not yet. Cat's doing a thing. Filling its downside gap. Are you selling more Reddit bear calls? I sold a couple more of the 25s. There was a time when I had 160C October cat calls. I only captured a $20 move. Taking profits isn't a bad thing. I usually target more like 30 to 50% returns. Hmm. 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 This is boring. BTCT traded 61 times its float in a single day. Yeah, who cares? If it would help, I'll take mine off too. Interesting. End of day decay, meaningful in picking a price direction here. As we approach the last like 30 minutes, the synth short at 6,000 may have some negative effects on spot. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback. Maybe to 85.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. Pepino, is there a better surprise than when you brown and wipe only to have a few ham whiskers get rolled up and yanked away? And all you can think of is how did Frank diddle her bead all those years? 3.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna have to block Kendra from the fucking Ko-Fi. You wouldn't. No, probably not. Should. I should. I choked on my food. I'm out. 3x. Thanks, Gherk. Nice, Ben. BS. Well done. $980 gonna prompt. So gamma flips negative under 90. And if gamma were to flip negative, we could test 80 by end of day. So yeah, it could. But there is support here. And we will probably see support added here if some vol shorting comes in. Maybe watch NQ because it did fail to break out at VWAP. I guess it could have a moderately deep pullback, like 21 150 maybe. If inflation is hot, 10 years rocketing to 4.5 or higher. There's a really good chance just higher. Can we pump over 6,000 tomorrow off of CPI data? Yeah, absolutely. We can just gap over it overnight. The positioning up there is not bullish, but I mean, the data set's definitely big enough that it can move futures really hard. And chocolate protein shake is getting less and less appetizing. Yeah, yeah. I don't even know what they're going on about. Hmm. Is there a reasonably likely scenario where tomorrow just trades flat? Probably not. I mean, she won't have any control over quarter one. Is it too risky to consider holding SPX overnight? No. Directionally, it's very dangerous, especially into CPI. But I mean, holding SPX overnight's moderately common strategy. I miss our late night phone calls. I know you do, Kendra. But I told you the phone cards were just getting too pricey. I couldn't keep it up. Mm. We should be good to drop to 80. I bought the call side of my straddle. Nice. Time is it? 3:30. Flush it. We have two upside gaps. I think we've pushed far enough below 6,000 that the effective charm here is going to be fairly minimal. Which side of your straddle is further out, days to expiry, the put side? Hey, Gherk, the 2s and 10s. I know. I am well aware, Poopy. If only TLT had hit 93, and you could have beat your bet with Dork. Twos and spoos. Fuck off. It's super bullish when the 210 inverts, right? It's not inverting. The spread's widening. Bear steepener. Jesus, we're just like pricing out all of the Fed cuts. This is great. I'm just gonna stay here for the rest of the day. There's a really good chance, yeah. Gamma's slightly negative, so there's a really slim chance that we could fall to 80. Um, but it's kind of unlikely. And bulls are trying to build some support here, so if they're successful in building support, then we'll probably just stay here or move up maybe a little to like 95 into close. Poopy's bet was 103 before 85. I know, but he also had a near term bet at 93, right? I thought he was playing 93 on TLT to the upside. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. It's a distinct possibility. Hmm. Another feet pick, but you have the flash on this time. Did you end up getting into any Vega puts? Are you still waiting for VIX 3-month to come down? I don't have Vega puts per se, but I do have out of the money debit spreads. It's just support. A little support coming in at 85. What are the pros cons of out of the money debit spreads versus Vega puts? I gotta sell some of the higher vol, and discount the contract equivalently. So I can get the put for the same price I would get it if Vega were lower. Or well, if vol were lower. But I could also potentially limit my downside exposure should the downside exposure be realized immediately. I could tell, Kendra. You're really on one today. Some of my LYB and Dow have gotten crushed in the last month. Industrials. Industrials, materials, manufacturing. All of them have gotten fucking wrecked. .3M's kind of held up, but it's still down a bit over the last couple weeks. A crash is never off the menu. Just because the stock market price changes, that doesn't change the problems of the economy. See, this is the biggest problem that bulls have, and that's that they think that price up equals everything is okay. But why? Due to what? A massive debt burden and fucking hyperinflating yields? And 75% of people think that too. Yeah, they do. These people are fucking stupid. These people will overhold risk assets till they lose everything. Because they say stupid shit like stocks only go up. Despite them only owning like 4 of these. Now do the chat. Chat buys out of the money puts, assuming every crash is tomorrow. How fucking just completely exuberant and bullish do you have to be like, you know what? Buffett's a fucking idiot. I'm gonna long everything here at SPX 6000. You can start running and lifting and getting great shape, but still have a looming goiter because you drink oat milk. But that doesn't mean you should overdose on iodized salt either. Puts. Oh boy. To be fair, you could have said the same thing at SPX 5000 and 4000. It doesn't matter. The price of the index has nothing to do with the economic environment. Two completely separate things. The economy is not fixed by the price of the SPX going up. Why is the end of day violent? It looks very calm, serene almost. I don't even know what that is. Don't talk about rich people's yacht money with such disdain. I think the biggest problem that retail faces in the market isn't mass illiteracy. It's not rampant stupidity and lack of education. It's that people are just a pawn of their own emotions. Everybody feels like they need to be on one side of the fence at all times. They either need to be bearish or bullish. And then all of this in between is just weird. Levothyroxine. You're going long goiters. Nice. Dude, you're weird. I know. I never said I wasn't. But like I think that is what that's like one of the biggest reasons people do so poorly in trading and like intraday trading, swing trading, all of it, because they have this desire to be one thing or the other. And it's, I don't know if it's like a psychological need to be a part of a team or what it is, but stocks go up and down all the time. That's literally all they do. They don't just go down, they don't just go up. Nice gray pubes. Yeah, sometimes they go to zero. Unfortunately, my doc prescribed it to me. I have to long it every morning on a morning pre-market on an empty stomach. Have you shunned iodine? Once you're GME, then you just go side. Well, no, if you're in GME, you freak out every time the price goes up $3. You act like this is a finally pure justification for your overholding of a shitty asset. The righteousness just seethes through them like once a quarter, and it's insufferable. Despite all of them being $20 underwater on their shares. There's Zen, remember? It's this MOASS. It's literally never MOASS. Even when it is, it's still not actually MOASS. What did I do to you? Nothing. I don't know what the thing is with iodine. Maybe Americans take it because they don't have free healthcare. We never will. But we have more money than you and we pay less taxes. Houston Wade said I would be a billionaire. Think of the source. I drink iodine, Malort, and Lake Michigan water frequently. So you're just coating your insides with lead and then you just don't absorb anything. Eat iodized salt. That would be the solution, but people are turning away from that and getting goiters. I'm supposed to sell my first share for $5 million. Are you telling me I've been had? It sounds like it. Or you've had yourself. Michigan water has lead, paper chemicals, and microplastics. Thank you. Drink raw milk. You get a bunch of nutrients you want, plus a little more. Yeah, listeria. I wonder how long after the FDA closes and 60% of the country goes on a raw dairy diet before we have mass child death from listeria outbreaks. What do you guys give it? 6 or 12 months? Can we laugh at them? Months? Wow, that's generous. FDA is too busy shutting down Costco for not disclosing the milk in their butter. Cheeses are cultured, they're different. Far less prone to bacteria. Hey, I work for the FDA. Not for long. I once had a patient with a brucellosis infected aortic graft from drinking raw goat milk. Ugh. Is he dead now? Because that sounds like he's dead. It does. Who's dead? The guy with the infected aortic graft. The cows were clean. We don't have clean cows here. The cows in America stand, most of them, stand around knee deep in about, yeah, just knee deep in their own fecal matter. And then we feed them food that increases their E. coli. Not you. That's not true regarding cows. Yeah, it is. Feed the cows the iodine, but then the milk won't be raw. It's very important that the milk is raw. Like, raw as fuck. About the wrong 15-minute to expiry DTE. I don't think you needed to add DTE on the back of... Okay. I own 600 cows, and none of them are in mud up to their knees. Shit. But that's nice of you. That's not all cow places. Have you ever been to the Central Valley of California? There's so much cow shit, it's aerosolized into the air. Like it's just aerosolized cow shit for like 100 miles. If you drive through it in a white car, your car will turn brown. What's it smell like there, Gherk? Shit. Like cow shit. Still better than smog in New York. Alright. Fair. Look at you with your artisanal grass-fed, like, feeding them grass-fed cows. But that's not the reality of, like, the beef industry. Is the reality, Gherk? No, you're just really nice to your cows. You're a cow friend. I'll take you on a trip. I'll drop you off at a Best Western in California's Central Valley for the night and take the filter out of the air conditioner. Where do I sign up? A Cowley? Get it? Like ally? Cowley? Stop talking about your fairy tale European life, okay? You're gonna have to spend the next 5 years at war with Russia, at a minimum. Let's see how much you like your goat cheese then. Because our president is gonna fuck that whole situation up. While guys in Adidas sweatsuits beat off to pictures of his wife. One of us. What a time to pop in. Yeah. What do you mean? Like after 80 years, finally craft your own economy that's not entirely dependent on the US? Impossible. The last time you guys had an economy that strong, it was because you were taking over everybody else's countries. Actually, you could do that again. Harder nowadays, but the Melania photos was just the warning. I mean, I think they were publicly available prior to him airing them on Russian state media. That's why so many people in like Texas are willing to vote for the abolishment of porn and legal restrictions on web like porn access. Is because they all have Melania's bolt-ons from a GQ article in 2000, 24 years ago, downloaded onto a floppy drive, and they're just fucking jerking off with their own tears and holding their AR-15s. Does Melania end up with orange lips after date night? It's true. I saw it on Dateline. Ding ding. It's okay, Bob. You don't have to hide your floppy disks right now. Your wife isn't gonna find them. You really hate freedom. I mean, yeah, it's a terrible concept. I think this election has proved that people are far too stupid to determine their own best interests. Anyway, pretty close to the bottom of the market maker expected move. We dropped a little bit below it, found support at the. Was that the 2 standard deviation VWAP? I think it is. There's no way we're anywhere near the actual one. Yeah. 3 standard deviation VWAP. Gross. This does look like it's failed though. Lower high. Inside candle. Decent rejection. Could continue to break down. Obviously, CPI will have some effect on that tomorrow, though, so we don't know yet. Same thing on futures. Rejection at trend. Starting to break down. Still haven't managed to hold a loss of 6,000 yet. But multiple tests at that level will probably show some signs of weakness. Commodities still driving down. I think HSI still falling off a cliff. Lost 20,000 last night. Dollar up. Oil kind of flat on the day, but still decent losses in gold and copper. Silver gained a little bit. Um, and not much in agricultural commodities. Yields up today, along with the dollar. Dollar broke the 106 level, failed, fell back to 105. This is support. If dollar finds support here, I would expect it to start moving up to the next even higher level, especially as we see the 2 and 10 diverge and the bear steepener kick in. This is not good, obviously. Correlation's still pushed, so we've still got a lot of short vol on the chain. There's still quite a lot of long vol on the underlying components of the S&P 500. That's going to make the market like really bouncy. So be careful of downside moves while correlation is really low like this, because they'll reverse really hard. Leverage on the carry up to 8.4x, and getting very close to its all-time highs again. That leverage is also increasing on the short end, although not nearly as much. This looks just broken. It's almost like they can't run away from the cost to carry fast enough, and it's all going to collapse at some point. In the meantime, though, forward yield on volatility still negative. I think we maybe popped up a little bit there yesterday, but today it stayed negative most of the day. Bond vol's going to be more elevated after today's price action, probably back over 100. Skew still dropping and pretty quickly. Keep an eye on that. If skew continues to decline and more tail risk hedges are picked up, that really opens up the potential for some downside on the indexes. 64.61% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And this is fucking wrong. Hold on. Let me fix that. We're still seeing vol getting shorted pretty hard here. Down to about 75% correlation between VIX, cash VIX. VIX at like 14.71 right now. VIX futures at 15.25. I don't know if we're seeing it drop off enough to really feel the effects out on the weekly. Yeah, the week over week change is still largely unaffected, which means that, obviously this has a much greater chance of snapping back as they continue to compound their risk on a downside move. Fed fund futures now pricing in less than 0.4 rate cuts by June of 2024. This is just falling off a cliff. As the bear steepener gets worse, it's going to fall off even more. If inflation is hot tomorrow, we're going to see probably a big move in Fed fund futures and yields. They will absolutely break out and push towards, like that 10-year at 5% level. So keep an eye on that. I think there's a very good chance that we do see CPI above 0.2 tomorrow. And if that's the case, that compounds the effect of the rate cuts that are already in place and lowers real rates below a level where the Fed has any power to control the effects of inflation. 10-year, 2-year spread increased today. This is indication of the bear steepener here, right? We got the election, we almost re-inverted, and now it's pulling back around and yields are going back up. Performance-wise today, still a little bit of performance in the tech services is still kind of leading, and Apple flat, Nvidia up, but the rest of electric tech down. Um, Finance sector falling, which we kind of discussed with today's sluice report, and that was not very good. There was no significant liquidity improvements in credit markets per senior loan officers, and it looks like banks are starting to price up interest on loans as risk compounds. Health technology falling off really hard, consumer durables, producer manufacturing. Retail trade picked up a little bit, but this is largely seasonal, and expectations for the coming earnings and coming projections from those earnings across that sector. Services, utilities, like pretty much everything else down. So a little bit of tech and a little bit of tech services, and then a little bit of retail trade, and then the rest of the index kind of shitting the bed. Might be time for me to close my QQQ puts. IWM also, this should be noted. IWM fell almost 200 points today. It's got plenty of room to fall back to the downside, to that level where it had previously found stability around 220. Obviously, we're not seeing rates come down. These companies and the finance portion of this index are all extraordinarily exposed to high interest rates. And so, if these rates continue to climb and they're starting to climb to levels that actually present risk to regional banking, we will probably see IWM continue to sell off, and possibly even harder. Spot up huge in AF. Oh, Spotify? They have earnings tonight? Nice. Well, 10%. Not too crazy. Gold's been selling off a bit because the dollar is going up so quickly. I think if the dollar stabilizes or falls, gold will go back up again. Because they need to, they'll still need to hedge the other side of that currency risk. I'm not getting drafted. It'd be useless on a battlefield. Anyway, that's it for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor